Good evening, and may the force be with you.
Good evening, and may the force be.
Tonight, we are beginning our Star Wars Week celebration on this channel. I'm hoping to do a bunch of streams. I have two Lego Star Wars streams. We're doing one tonight, and we'll do one next weekend. And then I have some non-Star Wars. Everything this week is going to be Star Wars, but I have some non-Lego content planned for during the week as well. I have a couple different programs I want to do, so we'll see how many of them I can actually get to. Let's see. I just lost my thought focus for a moment there. Star Wars always gets me super excited. Um, well, I'll let you see the droids again at some point this week. Uh, but today we're doing Lego, so I need to keep my space clear. We got two big Lego sets today. Today we're looking at something called Lego Smart Play, which is a new system they've just developed. Let me switch over to the camera. So Lego Smart Play is this new system with an interactive brick that makes lights and sounds. And they decided to, before going all in, they wanted to do one wave release to see how it did. So they marketed Star Wars, one of their biggest themes, first. So there's 8 different sets based on the original trilogy that use the Smart Play system. Only 3 of them actually come with the bricks. I didn't want to go all in because I didn't know how it was, but I wanted to get the Smart Play just so I could try it out, see how it was. Because if I like it, then who knows, when they do other Smart Play sets on other themes in the future, I'll already have the bricks and I'll be able to go in. And there's talk of them bringing this to City next year. The summer Pokemon wave is supposed to use the Smart Play bricks. There's But for now, right now, there's only the 8 sets. The smart bricks themselves come in 3 of the sets, and then there's 5 sets that are don't come with a smart brick, but they have the Smart Play features that are part of the system. And so if you buy one of those sets, you still have to buy one of the first 3. This is the biggest of the 3 sets that comes with smart bricks. I chose this one because it's the best looking of the 3, in my opinion. Some of the builds are kind of looking because to accommodate the bricks, they turn them into like these juniorized. The X-Wing and the TIE Fighter don't really look that good, in my opinion, in many people's opinions. And Smart Play itself, the adult fandom has decided that this stuff is controversial. So I want to see. I'm separating myself from all that. I watched a 4-hour review on all 8 of the sets, and so I know a thing or two about what to expect. Like they don't talk with like real voices. What they have is their synthesized sim speak, something like that, and the lights also aren't fully coordinated to what they're supposed to be. But this is supposed to be the next step up from the interactive Mario figures. This is probably why the Mario tabletop line was discontinued after last year, is because they're now pushing this. So let's take a look at the Smart Play, see how it goes, see how we like it. And after we build, I did learn from the review that it takes about 2 hours to charge the brick, but it only gives you 45 minutes of play. This set gives us 2 copies of the brick, and you can charge 2 at a time. So I think the plan is to set them up on the charger, build the set, check out the Smart Play, then put them back on the charger when we're building the second set. And I'll show you real quick, because this box was too big and took up the whole table. I couldn't get the other box on it. But this is the throne room scene. It also comes with an A-wing. The interesting thing about the Death Star throne room duel scene from Return of the Jedi is that they've done it like 4 times in the last 6 years. They did one of those dioramas. It was one of the scenes in the $1,000 Death Star. one of the room scenes in that big one they did last year. And there was, prior to the diorama, a couple years prior to that, there was also a playset version. So they do this scene a lot. And after we do the throne room duel, I have here the smart play version of the cantina. Um, it comes with the room, well, with the famous Han Solo and Greedo scene, but Han Solo's not in the set. To get Han Solo, you have to buy the Falcon set. And like I said, I'm not going all in. If I like the system for myself, I might get the other few sets, but there's 6 in total. The Smart Play bricks is the Death Star throne room. There's also a Luke's X-Wing and a Darth Vader's TIE Fighter that each come with 1 brick. And then for the sets that use the bricks but don't come with them, there's this Cantina. There's a Yoda's training on Dagobah. There is an AT-ST from Endor, Luke's Landspeeder, and the Millennium Falcon. So there's an assortment of different smart play features you can already do. I'll set the Cantina aside. We won't be seeing that for quite a few hours. This is a big set. Let's and the Lego stream for next weekend. I have another really special Lego Star Wars stream planned for next Saturday. Sunday is Mother's Day, so I'm gonna have to do next week's stream on Saturday, and then I plan to stream every day this week except Friday because we go to Temple, but I may end up canceling Tuesday depending on how things go because Tuesday I have my annual downtown doctor's appointment, so I don't know if I'll want to stream after getting back from that, but we'll see. So this box is big. Front of the box, you can see you can see the Luke and Vader figures are battling, and they're on these mounts that have the brick behind them. On the back here, you can see the back showing some of the features there. And some of the figures in these sets, not all but some, have a tag inside for the brick to generate the voices. So those the smart figures here are they're well I lost my focus again. I'm just looking here. So yeah, this is, I'm just looking here to see what it does. So yeah, there's a couple. It looks like on the back there's 5 different play features in this set, and on the back of the box here, it looks like we have a couple different features on this set as well. And in tiny print on the back of the other box, it says "Smart Brick Not Included." They should make that front and center on smart play sets that don't come with a brick. That's another issue that some of these people have. This is a box that's big enough to not have push tabs, and it needs to have tape. So let's do that. I only have 1 table out, but I have another table set aside ready to go if we need it. And most likely I will end up putting this set. Oh, this box opens differently. Does it now? Or I cut the tape. No, this box opens differently. This box opens all the way around. Okay. Let me cut some more tape. So yeah, this box does it. A lot of the bigger boxes don't do the push tabs. They have tape, but usually it's enough to open it from one end. But this box has tape going all the way around the edges. So there. Alright. So now if I open the box. Oh, here's why. Look at how it's packaged. There's this little strip along the back with the bricks on it. So I'll just pull these Smart Play bricks out. And of course they don't do anything yet. They're not charged, but you're supposed to shake them to wake them up. Alright, let me just set those down. And let's figure out But first, here's a close-up of an inactive smart brick. This is what it looks like. And now, there should be 9 bags in the set. I know because I peeked at the instructions. Okay. So the charge cable is in here, along with what looks like cape holders and a canopy piece. So there's the charge cable for the charger, but I'm not sure where the charger itself is. Since we're open like this, I can actually spread out and get the numbers in order without having to dump everything, since the box is like this. Okay, I think this is the charger itself. But let's keep going. Let's get things out here. I have space to work with the way this box is. And a big paper packet here. This is probably our instruction books. And now that we've taken the bricks out of this, now that we've taken the bricks out of the slot, I'm just going to toss it into the box like this. And then I'm going to take, and of course the top of the box just one aside, but I have a nice big box now to dump my trash in as we open up the bags. So first things first, our paper packet. Oh, let's position this such that it's not in the way. And I don't know if this set is supposed to have stickers or not, so let me go over to Bricklink real quick. But it looks like we have five instruction books, 4 for the builds. That's the dueling platform. This is the iconic throne and window. Okay, so each build is separated into a separate book. Here's a gunner's turret. And here's the A-wing. So we got a lot to build in the set. Let me set these aside. And here, of course, is the Smart Play Guide. I did not pull the PDF instructions for this, so let me look through it and see if there's anything I absolutely need to know here. So it talks about smart minifigures and smart tags. And this shows how, okay, so when you're on the charger, it lights up different colors to show its charge level. It shows how you're set up the charger, your basic electronic safety instructions, and then 20 pages of foreign languages. Okay, nothing we really need to read about in here. I'll just set that here. And let's go ahead and open this up first. So it uses, so here's our Smart Play charger. There's where we put the cable and to plug it in. So now I guess we need to open this bag. And there's 3 of the little paper packets for capes. So let me just open them up because they're all unmarked and several characters in the set have capes. In fact, why don't I just take everything out and set it over here? So here's the cable for the charger. We'll take the big plate set aside till the instructions call for it. This is no doubt the window piece for the iconic throne. We'll set this aside until the instructions call for it. And we have 3 separate packets here. So this one is capes. This one is a whole bunch of capes. I don't know why we have 2 other. So there's a bunch of capes in that one. This one's another copy of the capes. Let's see, how many capes are there? There's enough in the paper packet for all the characters. Oh, wait a minute. So there's the, did they give us extra capes? I think they gave us extra capes. Yeah. We have an extra set of the capes. And let me guess. 2 extra sets of the capes. Okay, then. That's kind of cool. Don't know what I'll do with all the extras. These are short capes, so they're really only good for Smart Play figures, but, well, some characters have shorter capes. I'll find a use for the extras. We all know a lot of Star Wars characters do capes. So let me go ahead, and we'll leave them in the paper till we need them to protect them. And the 2 extra cape sets I will set aside. Don't know why we needed 3 sets of capes, but nice little bonus there. Now let's set up. Oh wow, I've been talking a long time, but this is a new system for LEGO, so it's a lot to talk about. So I guess this is the next evolution. The next evolution from where the LEGO Mario figures will be, but in some ways it's a bit of a downgrade, and in some ways it's a bit of an upgrade. Because this you can do across themes. If the Smart Play system works, if it's successful for LEGO, they'll be able to incorporate these features into things like City and Ninjago in future years. Lots of themes can use the Smart Play bricks eventually, if they mark it up, if it's well enough for them to make more sets from it. The cable is relatively short, so let me see how I'm gonna. I need to run around behind my PC to where the strip is, but yes, I can definitely set these up to charge in my work area, but they'll be off camera. It's a very short cable. All right, I'm just going around behind my computer for a minute. I'll be right back. Okay, I have my charger plugged into power. So let me go ahead and put my 2 bricks on the charger. And they're not doing anything yet. Oh, lights just went on. They're going through their charge cycle. I just saw lights flash on the smart bricks. You can't see them right now because the cable's too short. Let me just see. Yeah, I can just barely pull them onto camera. You can see the lights are doing a thing now on the 2 bricks. They're on the charge surface. They lit up to indicate that they're charging. I'll just set this back over here now. And let's go ahead and actually get started with the build here. So let me pull up my instructions for the first section, which will be the dueling platform. And let's get out bag 1. And let's get right into it. So this is showing you how to connect the charger. We already did all that. Okay, so we're going to get a separator in this set as well. And we need one of the black capes. And we need to open bag one. It says to add one of the black capes. We will pull the cape out of the case when... Let's just go ahead and do it. They always do the minifigures at the beginning of the bag, so... There. And already we have our first spammer. I haven't even started building yet. Okay. And the spammer is banned. Let us proceed with actually getting started with this thing now. So we're going to start with Luke. And before I get into it, I want to show you... what these smart figures look like before I attach his head. So the legs and the torso are attached. They're glued because of the tag inside. So you can't separate the body and the legs. Smart figures are printed on the back with this icon here. This is just to tell you that they're a smart figure. You can cover these with capes and backpacks and other accessories. The brick will sense the stuff inside. This is just to tell the person that the person who's playing with them that this is a smart figure. I raise his arms so you can see on the side. They also have this serial code on the side printed under their arm, and on the other arm, by government law, if something has the electronics inside, it's supposed to have this do not throw in the trash icon. It's a little hard to see on this one because it's dark gray on black, but they're all smart figs have this trash can with an X on it icon under the arm like that. But again, there's the smart play. Not all figures in smart play sets are smart figures. We'll see a couple of guys later who we just assemble normally. And I do appreciate the attention to detail look. This is the Death Star Duel, so Luke has his robotic hand there. You can see he has one flesh hand and one black hand. Now we can put the rest of Luke. We can put the rest of his body together. Well, his body is together. Confident frown or confident smile. Well, not confident smile. This is his half smile that he does. But I'm gonna do the more concerned, worried face. This is the culmination of his character arc, after all. And then, of course, we give him his lightsaber. And we'll do the thing where all the characters can sit in the front of the table and watch the builds. So here's Luke. Here's the Luke figure, fully assembled. And once more, there's his smart tag on the back. This is the third version of Luke Skywalker in my minifigure collection. And actually, I just want to see something real quick. Okay, Yeah, do you hear that? So if you hold the brick up to a smart figure, and let me just do a quick test to see if the sounds even come out on here. Test to see if the sounds even come out on here. Test to see if the sounds even come out on here. Okay, so it looks like the sounds are coming out. So yeah, we can continue our exploration of smart play. So yeah, all he does right now. Yeah, enough of that. We don't have any smart tags in play yet, so let me go ahead and just keep going. We're a half hour into stream, and so far we've only put the bricks on the charger, and we've put together one figure. I had a feeling this would happen when testing something as new as smart play. So now here again. Oh, almost forgot. Here's our tool. Let's set it aside. Now, again, the Vader figure. And he too has the tag on the back. But the difference here is he's actually going to get a cape before he put his head on. And this feels like one of the softer cloth capes that they do sometimes. It may be a half cape, but alright, so then we put his... Before I put his helmet on, let me show you, because they actually do print the Vader face now, so... They've been printing the Vader face for years. You never get to see it once the helmet goes on. So Vader actually has this two-part helmet, so he has his little mouthpiece that you can see attached over the cape there. And then there's his head. And I don't know why the camera doesn't want to focus, but there's Darth Vader without his helmet. And now let's find his helmet top. There's the helmet top, and that just plugs on to the helmet base like that. And let's give him a lightsaber. And yeah, when I bag these for storage, the Smart Play bricks and charger, they're gonna get a dedicated bag in my tools and instructions box. Well, the box I keep for the box where I keep my brick separators and the spare bits bag, and the Mario figures. The bricks I'm gonna keep in that box as well. That way they're accessible in case I need them for other sets. So there's the Vader figure, fully assembled with his helmet. And of course the camera doesn't like black, so you can see that the cape is covering the tag. Now if I pull a brick out, so you can hear that Darth Vader has a slightly deeper voice than Luke does. But they do just sound like droids. Alright, that's all figures for this first bag. So let's go ahead and actually start building this thing now. I have my both my bricks back on the charger, so let's get into the build itself. Now that I've talked a lot for the first half hour of stream, I'm probably going to slow down on the talking so I can make up for lost time and focus on getting the build together. There's a lot to talk about with Star Wars, but I also want to try and make up for some lost minutes here. I spent a lot of time just talking about for getting the smart play going, so if I have fun with these two, then I may get the other sets. But these were the two best looking of the 8 builds, in my opinion. And the other builds wouldn't really fit in with the more screen accurate aesthetic that the rest of my Lego collection has. Although I did get that juniorized ATST last week, so we'll see. Okay, we have a 2x build, and this looks like a big one. You know how we do these on this channel, so let's just get right into them. Okay. Okay, let's keep going. And actually, we're picking up some slack on the build time here already, which is a good thing. We have a lot to do tonight. As you saw, this is a big set. There's a lot to it. And I can understand each build being in a separate instruction book. They do that for, these smart play sets are meant for kids, and they do that a lot in more kid-oriented sets to split the instruction books for kind of a play together or build together kind of thing, where so that the kid can do one of the builds while their parent or sibling does the other build. So it does make sense to have multiple instruction books when a set has multiple builds in it. Okay, wow, this dueling platform is bigger than I thought it would be. We'll definitely need the second table when setting up for the raid out at the end of the night. We'll do a stretch break after the build. Not a full bio break, but I've got a leak I gotta take care of, so we'll take care of that. And then I'm not going to worry about separating heroes and villains tonight. What we will do, though, is when we switch to the Cantina, we'll probably put the Cantina figures on the other side here. But yeah, this is a big dueling platform. Takes up a lot more space than I thought it would. But we're almost done with bag 1 here, as you can see. And then it'll be time for bag 2. And then we will be done with the dueling platform. We're going to wait till we finish the set as a whole before we look at the smart tag features, though. And we made it through bag 1 in about 10 minutes, which is good. We made good time on this bag. Let's just clear our spare bits and move on to bag 2. So yeah, I think the builds, when I'm not talking, they go together pretty quickly. Given that we'll be spending some time exploring the Smart Play features, um, that's going to be a good thing for me to save time by not talking during building itself. Or I should say not talking too much. I mean, there's a lot to talk about with Star Wars, but I want to make some of the talk last throughout the week, so let's just keep going with the build here. So now it looks like we're filling in some surface texturing for the dueling platform. Okay. Cool. Yeah. There's some nice texturing and design going on with this dueling platform. Oh, yeah, it lines up there. Okay. There it is. Okay. So details for the room are definitely coming along here. It's actually starting to be somewhat recognizable for what it is. Of course, if we just took this platform without the rest of the scenery we'll get in the rest of the builds later, then you can actually use this as kind of a generic dueling platform for any um, technical facility in the Star Wars galaxy. This part of the room has a generic enough sci-fi look to it. Obviously, once we add the throne and window build, it will very obviously be for this one scene. Okay. Oh, I think I see what's going on here. We have a 2x build now. Oh, if this... I forgot this part of the review. Okay, yeah, I know what these are going to be. These are the dueling rods. What's a dueling rod, you may ask? Well, I will show you when the time comes for us to play with the smart bricks. We're almost done with this first assembly. It only took us about 20-ish minutes to get through here. I just have to finish building up these dueling rods and then we're good to go. And we have our first smart tag. The brick will recognize this and do a lights and sounds based on the indicated action. These are similar to the code tiles in Mario. Okay, so this is what a dueling rod is. And basically you'll put the smart brick there over the tag, and then you'll put your character figure standing on this little bit here, and then they will attach to the base. Here. And then you control them. So this is how they go in. This gray bit here is how they attach here. And then so yeah, I just need to get the connector to line up so I can actually attach them to the mount. Our first yeeting of the day. There. That one's connected. Now we got to put this one in. Okay, so with that, we have completed the dueling platform. What you do is you put the brick and the character on, and then you can operate them like they're jumping around and dueling with their lightsabers. I may use this with other Jedi figures too, as just a generic scene dueling platform. This looks like fun once we actually get to do it. But you know what? This is showing us taking the brick off. Let's just check our status here. Okay, they're already lighting up green, so they may have been pre-charged. But we're not going to do it now. We're going to look at all the play features at the end. Actually, yeah, so this shows we put the bricks onto the platforms and then the characters onto the platforms, and then we move them around like they're dueling. And we have to shake the brick to wake it up from brick mode. When we come back, we'll be building Palpatine's window. But for right now, we need to take a very quick stretching break. I'll be back in a minute. I'm back. Quick little audio test.
I'm back. Quick little audio test.
All right, so let's keep going now. We have Palpatine's window. So let me move the let me move our dueling platform off camera for a little bit. And we'll pull out bag 3 and get ready to go here. So we're going to need to pull out Black Cape for Palpatine. And this will be the first Palpatine in my minifigure collection. It looks like he too is a Smart Play character. I do have a Clone Wars era Chancellor Palpatine in an unbuilt set. That's not the plan for next week's LEGO Star Wars. That's just going to be a regular future Star Wars build. So again, a pre-assembled Smart Play body for Palpatine there. And there, of course, is his tag. Okay, he gets a cape. Oh, that's cool. I accidentally flipped one of the capes in here. The red capes are actual dual colored. There's a darker red on one side. And Palpatine gets his signature lightning. So with him, frowny face or evil confident action face. Yeah, let's go with that. This expression is a little more over the top. And of course, his evil hood. And let's give him his lightning. And since he's a smart figure, he talks. So let's listen to his voice real quick. Vader's supposed to have a breathing sound effect. Let's see if we can trigger it. Meanwhile, let's put Palpatine up here too, and let's play with the voices a little bit. There, it did the breathing. So you can hear Darth Vader has a deep voice, and Palpatine has a similar voice but more sinister sounding. And Luke's got more of a chipper voice going on there. And Vader occasionally does his breathing. Let's get back into building now. We have to build the iconic window area. Where's the piece? So I have plenty of Star Wars ships, but these two sets are my first, I think, location-based scene sets for Star Wars. I don't have any Star Wars places up until now. So before we can build the iconic window, we must first build the platform on which the window sits. And that's what we're doing now. So we'll see the iconic window soon enough. Although you'll be seeing it from the outside because I need to have this turned the way the instructions are so I can see what I'm doing. This goes here. Okay, this one goes there. Oh, the beginnings of the iconic stairway up to the throne. Oh, I do have one small location-based Star Wars set that I forgot about. And I guess you can count the two Endor battle packs I have because they come with trees. So I guess that counts as scenery. But I do have another small dual set that is location-based without any vehicles. Okay, that one there. Okay, so we're almost done with this bag. Okay, why isn't this going on? There it goes. All right, we're good. And we have some stairs. And now I just have to tile off the ends of the stairs here. So bag 4 will give us the 2 other loose pieces from the bag, which the capes and the charge cable were in. But here's the beginnings of our platform with the iconic stairs there. And the rest of the throne room area is going to be built on top of that there. Let's get out bag 4. And bag 4 says we also need these 2 bits here. So bag 4 will begin with an assembly. Even though it's not a ship, the set does use a lot of grays because we are aboard the Death Star. Okay. So it's pin, stud, pin, stud. Let's make sure. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, so these go across here like this. And then this will attach. I see, so is the pin going into this hole then? So this will attach here. Like that. Okay. So we've got half of the window frame up. I guess now I have to repeat all those steps for the other half of the window frame. Okay. All right, this one goes here. And then that goes here. And then we build another one of these assemblies. Okay, get a few of these. And then another pin there. And then we just tile that off. So this half of the window frame goes here. And then the instructions show us to push these pins in to secure them. So there is our window frame. Obviously, we have a long way to go before it looks like the scene. Okay. And it looks like we have Palpatine's famous golden lightsaber going on here, that he hides back here behind the throne. For those looking from the front of the scene, this is out of sight. But here's the Palpatine's gold lightsaber. That's a nice inclusion because it's not even in the scene. You'll only see that lightsaber on screen for a couple minutes during episode 3. It's not even in the episode 6 scene at all. So it's kind of a cool touch that they included it. Now let's keep building this up. Interesting, it has us putting the side studs towards the back here. But there's also a couple side studs towards the front. Be interesting. Okay. Okay, we're going to keep building up the framework, the top area of the framework now. this goes here. So yeah, it definitely does have us filling in the backside, which is pretty cool that it's doing that. For a scene-based thing like this, LEGO designers don't always focus on the backside. So it's cool that it's doing some things on the back here. Anyway. Okay. Here's where we get the big window. The window piece itself. It'll be cool to see someone mock the actual window. The window is always done as a printed piece. But it would be cool to see somebody actually make the window out of actual brick built, do a brick built version of the window. So now you can see the wall has the window in place now. It's coming along, but there's still a lot of work left to be done on this platform here. And I'll let you look at the platform from the front since we are now working on an assembly. There's not much left in this bag, but we still have another bag for the assembly. Okay, this one goes on this side. Oh, let's not skip any steps. Oh, I went behind the camera, the instructions again. Sorry. And we have a turntable base. I think that's where the throne is going to go. Okay, now we attach this big platform. We just made this area here, and we attach that here to the base in front of the window on top of the stairs, like that. And then we get this piece here to secure that. Oh, here's a little play feature you can use, even though it wasn't in the scene. But because of the way the window is constructed, you can actually push it out and have it be a breakaway window. Bag 5. Alright, I need to be able to see what I'm doing here. Okay, so bag 5, I guess, is where we build the throne and the iconic texturing around the window. I wish I had a way to show you what I was doing, but I need to be able to see what I'm doing, so you'll just kind of have to follow along in the instructions. But there, we're going into assembly time, so I just put this little bit of texture on top over the window here, and now we're going to do whatever this assembly does. Excuse me. that's, wow. That piece is more reflective than it should be. Interesting. Okay, this one goes here. And then that one goes here. And then we just fill in the gaps here. And here's some of the window texture. And I'm going to attach it. Okay, interesting. So yeah, that covers over the wall structure entirely, and we just have the wall texture there. So you can see we're filling in the wall now, and now we need to build the texture for the other side of the wall here. Okay, this one goes here. Oh, I forgot to attach this. So that goes there. And then this one goes here. And then we come over here. And then we fill in the gaps. And then we're ready to attach this section of the window wall. And with that, the texture for the wall around the window is up. And now we have a 2x build, so you know how we do these. Alright, these go together. And then this one goes here. We need one more of those, and then we can put them on the assemblies. Okay, I need to do another one of those. These are those little energy things he has next to his throne at the top of the stairs. I've never understood exactly what they were for. I guess I'll have to go to Wikipedia and find out. But they're still a very cool bit of set dressing, even if I'm not sure what these energy pedestals are. Okay, and these go here at the steps. Okay, here's what it looks like. And these just clip on to the base of the steps. So there, it's coming together. And now we just have to do his throne. Okay, yeah, the throne's coming together pretty quickly. And it looks like the throne has one of the smart tags on it. I haven't put the smart tag on it yet, of course. The instructions have not yet gotten to that point. And here we have a smart tag with a picture of the throne. And this will attach behind the throne like this. So you can see there's a little area for the smart brick to read the throne tag on the back of the throne there. And then this attaches like this. And you know what? That's why they made the window openable. So you have easy access to go in and put the smart brick on the back of the throne. Like that. So you pull open the window and then you can stick your finger in and put your brick on. And then you'll be able to play with it as normal. If your fingers are small enough, actually you have a full 360 rotation on the throne. So you don't even need to open the window. You can just turn the throne to face the window like that. And then you can put your smart brick on and then turn it back into play. Alright. And this shows how you connect the dueling platform to the throne. I'm not going to do this connection just yet. Actually, it's an easy connection. But you can see how it all goes together. Like this. And then there's clips down there. And then I'll attach them for real. But I have to take them off the screen for a little bit. Because it's time to move on to the next build. And this just shows you the bricks again. And how you put them on the back of the throne. And you can play with the bricks on the throne. Let's go right into... And here... we have to fix the page layout. We're going to go right into bag 6 here. While I have it on screen, here's another quick look at the dueling platform. And here's another quick look at the throne platform. Pretty iconic. It's not quite as detailed as the version in the diorama, of course. But for a playset, it's pretty detailed for a playset. I'd even say it's more detailed than the version that's in the $1,000 Death Star. So, we're going to do the turret now, and that comes with 2 Imperial Guards. And of course, for this, we need the 2 red capes. Let me actually open the bag first. Now here, you can see us attaching the legs to the body. These Royal Guards are not smart figures. These are regular guys. These are regular minifigures. They do not, which means they will not talk if we put the smart brick in front of them. Oh yeah. And now that all the parts are out, let's get these last 2 capes out. So yeah, it looks like the darker side goes on the inside, And the brighter red goes on the outside. And they just have plain solid black heads under their masks. No secret human faces for these ones. And now I need to make 2 of the weapons. So I think these are called vibro staffs. They're basically the Star Wars galaxy has a whole series of melee vibro weapons, which are basically weapons with which vibrate in order to make them more damaging. I think the guards use a variant called the vibro staff, if I'm not mistaken. So here's what the Imperial Guard figure looks like. And let's go ahead and give this guy his weapon. And he's exactly the same, so you know what this guy looks like already. So there's the other guy. Exactly the same. I think there's something wrong with the first guy. His cape looks bunched up. I may not have that on correctly. No, he just has a naturally creasy cape. No, there it goes. It's smooth again. We're good to go. Alright, now that the guards are ready, let's build their Death Star gunner turret. Oof. I think we're going to take our next break after this build, because this build is only a single bag build. And then we'll come back, we'll build the A-Wing, and after we build the A-Wing, we'll play it out, and then we'll decide whether we're ready to take the next break or whether we want to go straight into the Cantina set. But yeah, we'll definitely be doing the next break after this one. After this build. Okay, these go here. And we need this one. And this one goes here. These go here. And then we need to do this. Okay, that one goes there. Excuse me. Used all those, okay? So now we have this turntable. So this is the base of the turret here, and then this assembly will attach onto it. And then you can spin the turret on the base like that. And now we have another assembly for the next, I guess, upper level of the gun here. Okay. Okay, where's the other one of those? There it is. All right, that goes there. Okay. Okay, so then this section attaches let me look at a picture. Can I find a picture somewhere? Trying to see how the turret lines up here. that's how it goes. Okay. All right, I'm lining it up correctly. So yeah, that goes on the base like that. And we can keep going with the next section of the turret. Okay. So this section goes, slides in like this. Interesting. So this turret's gonna, looks like it's gonna have some action going on here. Did I mess something up somewhere? I see something in the parts pile that probably shouldn't be there. No, I did them correctly. Okay. Okay, this is where I am now. Let's just get these two little bits on top, and then we'll keep going. Okay, one more, and then we can keep going. I thought I heard something drop just now, but we'll worry about it if it becomes an issue. Okay. Ah, this must be the human trigger mechanism for the turret here. So this pin goes in here, like this, and doesn't do anything yet. Okay, it shows it. And I just slipped the whole mechanism out. Alright. So it shows it in a resting position, like this. Okay. Alright, so if you turn this, it causes the turret to move back and forth like the one in the actual movie. Cool. Okay. That's cool. Wasn't expecting that. I think the reviewer, I think the reviewer forgot to mention that one because I honestly did not know that that was a play feature here. Okay, let's keep building up the turret now. There's not a lot of parts left in front of me. Yeah, we're definitely going to be doing a quick little bio break after we finish the turret. Okay, so now we're setting up where the smart tag is going to go. I can tell because of this red plate in the instructions. There's only a few pieces left in front of me. We're almost ready to, we're almost done with this gun turret here. This is one of the laser cannon turrets that you see on the Death Star that they use for surface defense. And here's the actual guns. And so yes, a piece did fall on the floor that I need. And I see exactly where it fell. And we have a smart tag. This one's showing a gun turret. And we're gonna plug that in right there. And so that's where the smart brick is going to attach for the turret feature. Okay, so if we have a starfighter going, the turret can be hit back. So we're going to have turret versus A-wing when we're testing out the play features later. But for right now, we need to go on a quick break. So let's do this. I'll queue up the next instruction book. And I'll give you something to look at while I am stretching. Let's bring the throne room back. Let's move everyone over because we've got a bunch more characters joining us tonight. So I'll just pull these dual rods out of the way for now so you can look at the room as a whole. Okay, there we go. I'm not going to put the figures onto the spots for play just yet. When we do the play features, we'll do that at the end of the night when we're setting up the raid scene. So that's what our throne room looks like. And here's a gunner turret. And when we come back, we'll do the A-wing. And I'll go ahead and preview that. So let's do this with the throne room. And then I can put the turret down here behind the characters. Like that. I have not actually clipped the two sections of the throne room together. We'll do that at the end when we're setting up the raid scene. Because otherwise, because that reduces my options for putting it off screen in my little off screen area. All right, let's take a quick break. Quick audio test because I'm back.
Quick audio test because I'm back.
All right, we're good. Let's keep going now. Let's take the builds off of our build area so we can build the next thing. So here it's showing us again how to charge the thing. And bag 7 is going to give us our A-Wing pilot. You can see from the build instructions here, he is a regular minifigure, so he will not talk with the brick. Some people, the reviewer that I watched, he had canoned that this was the legendary A-Wing pilot who kamikazed into the Executor Super Star Destroyer, which caused it to crash into the surface of the Death Star. Confident smile or serious action face? I'm going action face. And of course he gets his pilot's helmet. And a blaster. So there's his little blaster. And here is the A-Wing pilot, ready for action. But his ship is not yet ready. His ship is 3 bags of parts. So let's get it put together for him. Okay, it looks like we're doing a little bit of frameworking for the ship's body now. Not sure why such a small ship needs this unless it's an action feature. There is a little bit of a rubber piece here, so maybe this is meant to be an action feature. Oh, I see. These red these red paddle pieces. This is how the brick is going to recognize that the ship is shooting. I remember hearing about that in the review. So what we're building up right now is the action that will allow the smart brick to work. Okay, why isn't this attached? There it goes. All right. Okay, it doesn't do anything yet, but okay, now that we're secured, when we press this this bit here moves the red paddles up and down to trigger where the smart brick's going to go eventually. Obviously, without context in place, it's a little hard to understand exactly how that all works out. But we'll get there. Okay, that goes there. Okay, now we have an assembly. With 3 bags. This A-wing is a little more substantial than I than I anticipated. A-wings are one of the more simply designed starfighters in Star Wars. They're nothing fancy. But yeah, it looks like this is going to be a kind of a technically detailed one, which is cool. Alright, these are... Well, we're coming up on the 3-hour mark of stream already. So our pacing is definitely a bit slower than it should be for tonight. That's okay though, because these sets are unique in the Lego Star Wars collection. Okay, so it shows to open these like this. And then that allows us to put in the smart tag. So this is the A-Wings smart tag. It shows a little picture of the starfighter on it. And that just goes inside the ship here. And now we start, we continue building up the inner structure of the starfighter here. And a printed console. Okay. I just put that on incorrectly, so let's fix that. Now we're good to go. Okay, I'm starting to see the basic shape of the craft here. Obviously there's a long way to go, but it's beginning to look like the base of a starfighter now. Now that's cool. It's designed such that the red panels will be actually hidden inside the craft. I think. Let's just see how this continues to go together. And with that, it's time for bag 8. So as you can see, our little starfighter has a nice foundation going. It's starting to take on the shape of a starfighter. We still have a lot of surface to build around it though. Okay. Okay, so it looks like we're starting to put on some surface details now. If I had to guess, bag 8 will be the rest of the surface details, and then bag 9 will probably be the engines. Okay. We're actually already almost done with the bag. We're making good time with the starfighter here. Okay, well, that's a cool way to do the shaping for the underside there. Check it out. It doesn't look bad from the underside. Sometimes the designers skimp on the underside, but this one actually looks pretty clean down there. Let's come back and get back to building up the surface here. Okay, okay. So here's the one part of the ship that isn't quite as fun looking. Well, it is fun looking. But hey, okay, alright, so here's what's going on. This is the this is the switch that allows us to play with those smart brick shooting paddles down there, which are enclosed within the body, so they won't you won't even be able to see that the motion from the outside, which is a good thing because the A-wing does not canonically have what's the word I'm looking for? The A-wing does not canonically have moving blasters. So it's cool that they're hiding the paddle inside the body there. Even though the switch has to be prominent and visible. But we do have cosmetic blasters on the front there in the correct place. They don't do anything, of course, on the model. They're just there for visual appeal. So it looks like all we have to do now is the back end of the surface of the ship now. This is the last bag of the set. And you know what? After we finish this bag, we get to check out the 5 smart tags in the set and play a little bit with lights and sounds. Okay. I need one of these. Okay. Okay. I'm just focusing a little bit on the build right now. That's why I'm not talking. Okay. Okay. That's on. Okay, so this one goes here. And then this whole section goes into here like that. I think I want to make sure that the bar goes in all the way it can. So let's do that. And then we'll push this farther into place. And that bar is exposed where it should be. Okay. And now we have to build all that up again for the other side here. And we will adjust the axle when the time comes to attach it, like we just did with the other one. I do say it's a cool look. Other than that, that was not supposed to happen. Other than that big red lever sticking out of it, this is shaping up to be probably the nicest of the vehicle smart plays. A lot of the vehicle smart plays really don't look good. I saw the review. Another reason why I didn't want to go all in on the series till I knew what it was about. Okay. All right, that's going. And then I need this one. And this one will go in like this. And now we put on the rest of it. And we are literally almost done with the Starfighter. Just a few more pages here. almost there. Now we're going to insert this fin over here. Okay, so we have the tail fin sections in place now. And it looks like these bits are just to secure the connections. And how do these go on? Okay, yeah, these secure the connections to the body here. So if I line that pin up, I should be able to press that in along the axle and secure the fin section. There we go. And now I just gotta put that connector in on this other side here. So let's see if we can get the pin. It went right in. And now we can start building up the engines. And with that, the engines are in place. And of course, we put on the canopy. And yeah, it's open in the back to accommodate the smart brick, but other than that, this is probably the cleanest looking of the smart play ships. Okay, so this shows putting it onto the smart tag. You put the pilot inside, he doesn't do anything, he's not a smart figure. And you can swoosh it and press the lever to make the blaster shoot. And this shows the turret and how that's supposed to battle with the turret. And here's an advertisement for the TIE Fighter and the X-Wing. You can see how weird they look. There's the rest of this set. And here's the other sets. We're about to do the Cantina. It's also showing the ATST and the Land Speeder. They don't look too terrible, but the ATST's proportions are a little bit off. The Land Speeder is probably the dumbest looking one since the original 1999 blocky one. There's been nicer compact scale Land Speeders. Here's the Falcon and there's the Yoda's hut. You can see the monstrosity on the Yoda training one there. And the Falcon you can see is a little misshapen. It doesn't look bad from certain angles, but from other angles it's not one of the better ones. Let's turn the instructions off so that we can put the throne room back into place and see how Smart Play works. So here's the throne room. I'm not going to clip the two sections together. Um, because I'm still going to take them off screen for building the cantina. Wow, we're already 3.5 hours in. Well, I knew it was going to be a long one tonight. Alright, where to begin? Let's grab our bricks. Let's grab our turret. I guess let's start with, we heard them talking before. Well, now he's just breathing. I guess he doesn't want to talk right now. Alright, there, he went. He finally talked. So now, let's spin the throne around and put the brick on the throne and see what the throne does. Okay. So it swooshes. The chair makes a swooshing noise when you spin it. Let's put Palpatine in the throne and see what happens. That's awesome. It played a little clip of the music. That's really cool. But it looks like to get it to play that, you have to put the Emperor in the throne. Oh, and it makes him talk as he walks away. Okay. Alright. So the throne is pretty cool. Let's do the turret and the starfighter. So we put one into the turret here. Oh, look. It keeps flashing like it's shooting. And whenever the sensor aligns with the red bit there, it makes a shooting noise. That's cool. Alright, let's put the other brick into the fighter now, into our A-wing. The A-wing is making noise. It's hard to do this with one hand each. Interesting. Okay, so they're having a little bit of a battle. And the A-wing just crashed. Okay. The turret just shot down the A-wing, apparently. Alright, let's take the bricks out of the turret and the A-wing now. And we will now put the bricks onto the lightsaber platforms. And we'll take Luke and Vader. And for purposes of this part, I'm going to take the turret and the A-wing off screen. Because I need coordination to do this part. I put Vader facing backwards. That's no way to do a duel. Alright. So they're on the dueling platform. And when you move them around like this, the bricks, they don't light up the color of the matching character lightsabers. They just light up. And if you move them a certain way, it makes that whoosh noise that lightsabers make. We knocked Darth Vader over and he cried a little bit. Okay. So yeah. Let's see if I can get this brick. Okay, so it'll make them cry if you knock them off the bases. And when you put them on the base, it'll give a little bit of a clash sound. Other than that, you get the lightsaber hum, lightsaber whooshes. Oh, and if you bang the lightsabers together, it actually makes a clash noise. Well, that's kind of cool. I didn't clip the... I obviously didn't clip the dueling stage into the throne platform. I could do this all day. This is kind of fun. I wonder what happens if you put non-smart characters on the lightsaber platforms. You probably won't get the specialized sound effects, but... Let's just... Yeah, so if you take them off the platform, they cry. Let's just take regular guys and see if we can at least get the lightsaber motion noises. These guys don't talk, so these guys aren't smart guys, so we probably won't get all the cool character sound effects, but we still get the lightsaber whooshes, we still get the clashes. So you can take regular Jedi and Sith and use this as a dueling platform. But it's just that it won't be as fun because they won't talk to you. Alright. That's enough of that. I'm liking the smart bricks so far. Again, I think they could have been better than they turned out. Like, if they did the voice and stuff, I understand why they don't. It's meant to be so that they can synthesize noises, and it's got future expandability to other themes. Unlike the Mario interactive system. Let's go ahead and let's get right into the cantina because we have been running we are running a bit behind right now. So before we get into the cantina, I do want to do this one more time. All right. And before we fully disengage the smart bricks for now, let's go ahead and we'll look at the A-Wing and the turret a little more because we didn't get as much screen time with them. Actually, let's do the A-Wing first this time. The turret's not going to do anything because it's not plugged in right now. But you can see it makes the ship light up. And it is swooshable. Look how easy it is to grip and swoosh the ship. I wonder why the turret's not doing any. The A-Wing blasters aren't doing anything. Is that because the other thing's not plugged in yet? Oh, I didn't have it pressed in all the way, so the sensor wasn't aligned. There we go. See, it's shooting now. Let's plug in this one again. We register. Let's see if we can blow up the turret. So blowing it up doesn't actually do anything except play an explosion sound effect. It looks like there's no health or anything like that. Alright. That's enough of that. We really do need... If we're going to do the cantina tonight, we really do need to get going with it. So let's disengage the smart bricks. We'll put them back on the charger. And we will set the turret and the... Oh, we didn't do a close-up on the A-wing, so here it is. And that's what it looks like from the back. You can see how it's open on the back. And there's a big gap to accommodate the brick. But other than that, this is the cleanest looking of the ships, of the vehicles. I'll set that over here. And let's not take a break right now, because I don't need one. Oh dear. I've never seen this exact piece count on a Lego set before. But this Lego set has exactly, according to the box, 666 pieces. Poor move by Lego marketing. Whatever. So from the front of the box, you can see how there's 4 separate sections of the cantina, and there's a sand trooper on dewback creature there. You can see we have 2 smart figures, Obi-Wan and Greedo, 3 regular figures, 2 band members, and the sand trooper. So again, as we go through the set, we will look at what the we'll see the tags and the instructions, so we'll know what play features to look at when we bring the bricks out. We will line up these characters from this end of the table, and they'll meet in the middle. So here's the back of the box. It's showing all the rooms lined up. You can, of course, position the rooms any way you want to make your cantina backdrop however you want. It does not come with a barkeeper. So on the... I kind of think for appearance purposes we should have a bartender. So let me see what I can do here. Do I have any minifigures handy? Yes, I do. We're going to bring in a guest bartender for tonight. This is Guinan. She is from the Enterprise set. I did that off stream. But the Star Trek Next Generation Enterprise was the first Star Trek set that they released. It's kind of a big deal set. It's the biggest, most expensive set in my Lego collection. And here's Guinan, the bartender from Picard's Enterprise. And she will be our guest bartender tonight. And there's, while I was setting that up, you got good and plenty time to look at the back of the box. So, let me go ahead. This does have the normal punch tabs. Before I get into that, though, let me just go ahead and close up this other box before the trash gets all over the floor. Okay, so it looks like on the side of each box, I didn't show this on camera, but it shows you exactly the smart play components. There's a little panel on the bottom of the box there that shows you the smart play stuff that's inside, which is in this case would be the two figures. It looks like this set has 3 smart tiles in it, and that's it for this set. The panel on the other box is too big, so I'm not going to pull it out and show you. But it showed the whole thing: 2 bricks, the charger, the charge cable, 3 figures, and 5 tags in the other set. Alright. This is a standard Lego box. So let's pull it all out. And I'll set that off screen. And I think this one is 6 bags. And each room of the cantina has a separate assembly bag. Let's see, how many bags do we go up to? We only go up to bag 5 on this one. Okay, so I misread that earlier. And this set, I do believe, has a sticker sheet. We, of course, have to open the paper packet first, because this will be our instructions. Let me just check something real quick here. Yeah, alright. We're good. Oh yeah, there's a sticker sheet, but it's very minor. There's only 4 stickers on the sticker sheet, so not a big deal at all. The stickers will be super easy on the set, barely an inconvenience. We have this little brochure. A little environmental advisory in a bunch of different languages. I'll stick this with a Smart Play book. We, of course, have 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 different instruction books here. So let me go ahead and set these off camera as well. Let's grab bag 1. Here is our sticker sheet. You can see how easy this one's going to be. And I will... Oh, we get another separator in this set. It looks like this set comes with a turquoise one. I see it in the parts bag. Let's pull up the instructions and get right into the cantina build. So it looks like bag 1 is going to be the Sand Trooper and the Dewback creature. And this will be my first brick built, my first Lego brick built creature. Actually, no, it's not, because I have a Porg that I did way back when, but that's tiny. This will be my first larger scale brick built Star Wars creature. And that shows you how to use the separator. We already have the orange one out, so I'll just set the turquoise one aside. So yeah, I think it's funny using a Star Trek character to be the guest bartender in the Star Wars Cantina. But there actually is precedent for having a lady as the Cantina bartender, because in the Star Wars Holiday Special, that legendary thing that aired once before it was buried forever, but which some real-world Star Wars traditions came from, But the Star Wars Holiday Special had a sequence where the bartender, where the cantina was being shut down by the Empire, and the bartender was not the one from the movie, but a popular singer from the time who sang a really cool song. There is the extra separator, which I will toss aside because we will not need it tonight. And now we still have that one out from the other set, so let's get right to it. So as you can see, the Sand Trooper gets assembled normally. So he is not and of course he has normal printing on his back there, you can see. So he is not, actually that looks like a female face in the instructions. She is not a smart figure and will not talk with a brick. Alright, we need to find, actually, there's a pauldron piece there that I need to find before I find the head. I found the helmet. That's a start. We found, yeah, that's definitely a female head. Now let's find the pauldron. There it is. And we're soon going to be on the 4-hour mark of stream, and we're just getting started the second set. But I predicted tonight would run a little bit longer. So there's our Sand Trooper without the helmet. I do, for a long time, for many years, the troopers all used either plain black heads under the helmet or the clone heads. But in the last few years, they started giving all the troopers individual faces. And I like that because it reflects the reality of the universe a little more, where the stormtroopers are not the clone troopers, but they're actually drafted by the Empire on the worlds that they take over. So that's what the Sand Trooper looks like. And here we prepare a little desert staff weapon, and she also gets a blaster. Wrong piece. So the Sand Trooper gets both a melee weapon and a standard issue blaster. So there's the trooper with all the weapons. And we can set her down. And let us begin the build. And I do see a smart tile staring at me in this pile, so one of the play features is going to involve the dewback creature. We'll almost certainly need to use the second table to set up the raid out scene. We've got two separate environments here, so I should probably split them on the tables. What am I doing? We need this piece. Okay. Okay. Oh dear. There is a printed eye staring at me from the parts pile. Okay, so we're about to put in a tag location, a smart tag. I think, because this red plate here makes me think that way. Okay, maybe it's here that the tag is going to go. Yeah. Okay. So the here's the Dewback Creatures scan tile. You can see a big difference from the Mario tiles. The Mario tiles were all barcodes. These are just a pictograph. So the scanning mechanism inside the Smart Play bricks is totally different than the scanning mechanism inside the Mario figures. Because this, either there's something inside these, either there's something inside these tiles that works different, although they look the same. It doesn't look like there's anywhere inside to put components, but maybe there are microscopic components inside. Or maybe the smart brick is designed to recognize the. It's gotta be there's some microscopic components inside. I mean, pictures is too easy. Let's keep going with the build. I'm not going to speculate. Lego has patented this stuff. It's proprietary. I'm sure it hasn't been engineered yet. Reverse engineered by a... Maybe it has. It'd be interesting to see if fans do, in fact, manage to figure this out and make something of it. It's Sunday night, and it's going to be very late, so I'm not sure if we'll actually have anyone good to raid tonight. We'll deal with that when the time comes, if it's something that needs to be dealt with. Very simple three-piece leg here, um, which is a big contrast to the many, many piece rest of the body. Still, I do appreciate that the legs are this quick, because we still got a lot to do tonight. Okay, and now we're filling in some more detail, surface level detail for the creature. And then we put the whole backpack unit on top of him. And now you pick it up and the legs swing into position. And our creature's body is now standing up. Let's keep going. I will need to take one more break before the canteen is done, but it's not going to be after this bag. I can either go one or two more bags before the next break, which will hopefully be the last one before we're done. Interesting. The tail has almost as many pieces, or I should say, the tail has as many pieces as 3 of the legs combined. Although, with the piece we added onto the legs after attaching them, I don't think that's an accurate statement anymore. Most likely that's not an accurate statement anymore. And now we get to do the creature's head. Excuse me a moment. Okay. Okay, I'm trying to line up this tile straight because it's a printed tile. I think that's good enough. Okay. So here's the creature's head. You can see the printed eye tile there. That's not pressed in all the way. And there's one of those printed eyes on each side there. And with that, alright, so when it comes time to pose everything at the end, the Sand Trooper rides. Obviously, the Sand Trooper doesn't talk. But if you have one of the talking figures ride it, then it'll do the whatever noises it makes for the creature, plus the noises for whoever's riding it. But again, the trooper doesn't have that. So this shows putting the brick onto the dewback. And then it can make, it looks like it makes walking noises. Oh, that's cool. I gotta see that one. Hold on. So it makes animal noises when it walks. Obviously, it's not flashing lights because it's not a ship, and animals don't naturally make lights, unless you're in Pandora, of course. But that's a different movie series. The instructions show it being able to sleep. I wonder if I push the legs out this way, does that? Well, the animal cried a little bit there. So it is making animal noises. There it goes. But let me turn it over. Because when it goes into sleep mode, the lights actually turn purple, which is not a color we have seen on them before. So you lay it down, you wait a few seconds, and then the lights go purple and the creature starts snoring. The Lego figures did a little bit of a sleeping noise too when laid down. That's cool. This may be one of my favorite applications of the brick so far. But again, I said we weren't going to play with this stuff till the end. So I'll put that back on the charger. And since he's a creature, and he's small enough, we can... Oh, we didn't do a close-up. Here's a close-up of the creature as a whole, with the whole back mount section on him there. As far as Lego brick build animals go, it's one of the simpler ones, but still pretty cool. And it looks nice for what it is. Let's get the next instruction book up. And this will be for the main bar room. And it looks like from the picture, Obi-Wan is also going to be in this bag. So yeah, Obi-Wan is a smart fig. And he gets his lightsaber. That tile was being unusually stubborn coming out of the bag. And if the summer wave of Pokemon, none of which has been revealed yet, is in fact Smart Play stuff, well, I'm a step ahead of the game because I got bricks ready to go. Alright, so this bag starts with Obi-Wan. The first step of which is to find his body. There it was. As you can see, there's his body piece, and it's pre-attached because he is a Smart Play figure. So, let's put his head on and then find his hair in the pile. Now this is old Obi-Wan as seen in the original trilogy, of course. There will actually be a... I'm not going to spoil next week's stream. But next week I got a really cool stream too. How can you beat Lights and Sounds? Well, you'll see. I got something really special planned for the other Star Wars Lego stream. So here's Obi-Wan with fully assembled. And I know I said, oh, let's wait till the end, but let's hear what his voice sounds like compared to Luke. So their voices are very similar. He's very similar to a normal human voice. Um, so Luke and Obi-Wan have similar voices. Maybe they're off by a little bit of pitch. So yeah, according to the picture, this will be the main room of the bar. So let's get right into it. And I think our break will be when we finish this room. As for what to look at when I go on break, you'll have this room of the bar. I'm not going to bring the throne room back, but I'll probably bring the A-wing back because there's just not enough to there's just not enough set dressing for for the break with only one cantina room built. But yeah, it doesn't make sense to bring the throne room back out just yet when we've gone planetary now. We're in the middle of the Tatooine desert. We are no longer on the Imperial space station, so obviously the two scenes will be right next to each other when we set up our raid scene. You know what? We might do the next bag too. The next bag is just the door, so we'll see how I feel when I finish this bag. Because if I start the next bag, I'm locked in. Time for our first sticker on this page. So our first sticker is going to be a drink menu. There's the first sticker. There, it's a drink menu. I'm not sure why it's not focusing. There, a little bit better. And the bar front itself is now starting to come together. Okay. I see several fruits in this parts pile. So yeah, this is going to be a well-stocked bar. Hopefully, if Smart Play takes off and they start releasing more sets and there's more themes involved and more people are needing Smart Play, if we get to that point, hopefully they'll start selling the smart bricks individually. For people who already have the sets and just want to have bricks so that they can play with the sets as they were intended. Right now, in order to get the bricks, you have to buy one of three specific sets, all of which are going to retire at some point, and all of which are expensive for what they are. But if it were possible to get the Smart Play bricks without having to buy into a whole set, then I think they would become more popular. Especially, of course, like I said, if depending on how quickly Lego rolls them out to other themes and other sets. Why should Star Wars fans have all the fun? Although, like I said, I think Pokemon is getting some. We'll have to wait for those reveals and see what happens. So yeah, I think we are going to go ahead and do the break when we finish this room of the cantina. I went behind the instructions there, sorry. Okay. Are these the taps? Maybe. I'm not sure. Okay, so the wall went up, and now we have, looks like a little Technic assembly to do. Yeah, I definitely am going to need to take the break after this bag. Okay, this is interesting. This one is connecting from the back here. Why is this lever connecting from the back? This must be smart. This must have something to do with smart play or some play feature. Not all play features have the tags, I don't think. We're about 4.5 hours into stream. So I did estimate 5 to 6 hours for tonight. We're gonna be way over 5. We might even be over 6. I don't really care though. So what we're doing now is it looks like we're tiling up part of the floor of the cantina. And it looks like there's also a turntable base we're about to put in here. And here's a big joint socket piece going on to whatever this is going to be. So this goes onto the turntable, and the socket goes around the little Technic bit we put behind the wall. Oh, and if you push this lever, it turns the base. So this is gonna be a play feature of some kind here. You can see it turning as I move the lever that's behind the wall there. So now we got to keep going. It looks like this play feature will be the last main thing on this section of the build here because we are quickly running out of pieces. Hey, it looks like we're putting in a smart tag area. Okay, this one's doing something interesting though. There's the smart tag. And it looks like it's a picture of a mixing bowl. So whatever this play feature is going to have something to do with preparing the snacks and the drinks that the cantina serves. But look, there's a printed tile that we're supposed to put on top of that. So we have here this tile you put on when you're not using the smart brick. This set doesn't come with a smart brick. If you don't have one, then you take this tile and it covers over the smart tag with a more functional looking surface. So yeah, that looks like the grill for the cantina where they prepare all the snacks. That's cool to see the smart tag feature covered up when not in use. The review said that most of the sets don't do that. And look, we get a little bit of a mixing bowl thing going on here. Okay, so I see what this play feature is about. This goes inside the mixing bowl like that. And the mixing bowl goes on the little grill like this. And that's what it looks like. You can see the I like that. I like that piece. That mixing bowl piece is nice, the way the light hits off of it. And that whole mixing section goes here. And if you move this, it turns the mixer like that. If you pop that off, the smart brick can go on there and do the mixing. We'll leave that covered for now. We'll play with the smart brick at the end. So now we just got to accessorize a little bit. There's a drink cup sitting here on the bar. Blue milk, actually. I think it's the first time we saw this cup with this blue milk color in it. Little cup of blue milk there. And we have this printed blue milk carton. I'm not sure if it's the same print as the rare one from the blue milk Luke poly bag from a few years ago, or if this is a newer print. But here we have a carton of blue milk. I'm trying to get it to focus, but it doesn't want to because the picture is so tiny. But you can see the bantha picture on the blue milk there. And that sits in this crate behind the bar. And then also in the crate, in the bigger crate, we have, we have the legendary Melloroon fruit. I think they're called Melloroons. And I don't know what apples are called in the Star Wars galaxy, but this is the basic apple piece. I can't hold it in such a way to really show it well on camera. There it is. So, Star Wars apples. Again, I'm not exactly sure what they're called. The other one was most clearly a Melloroon fruit. And here's a non-labeled, nondescript carton, probably alcohol of some kind. I guess we can say this might be the wine in a box, maybe. I'm just making stuff up now. It's there, so you have a one red, one green, and one blue. That's another feature of the smart bricks. They're meant to recognize red, green, and blue. Okay, so this shows that you're supposed to put the smart brick on the mixer and it does something. And it shows you holding up the ingredients to it, so. And specifically shows Obi-Wan cooking. We'll play with that when we play with the stuff later. Um, wow, this bag left a lot of spare bits. Okay, let me clear the spare bits, and then I will give you a closer look at the cantina room, or I should say the bar room, and then we will take our break. So here is a close look at the bar room for the cantina with a cooking station and the bar itself. And we'll put that here, and we'll move the dewback back to central because it's part of the set, and we can give the A-wing a little more screen time as well. All right. Tatooine didn't really have turrets, so I'm not gonna bring the turret back. At least not for right now. Let's take a quick break. We're at the 4.5 hour mark of stream. We'll probably be finishing around the 6 hour mark of stream, but we have 3 more sections of the cantina to build, and then we can play with the smart brick a little more and call it a night. Um, but for now, let's take a quick break. I will see you in a few minutes. Quick audio test.
Quick audio test.
Okay, we're good. Let's get things ready to go on to bag 3 of the Cantina set. Bag 3 looks like it's just the door. Okay, let's go right into it. This is the smallest instruction book of the set, so we should breeze through this build pretty quickly. If I can find the correct parts in the parts pile efficiently. There's no smart tags in this parts pile. So if the door does anything, it'll be a traditional manual play feature. I'm liking what I see with the smart play so far. I think I'm going to wait and see what this alleged summer Pokemon wave brings. And if I'm still having fun with smart play after those, then I might go back and get the other Star Wars sets. we get our next sticker on this page. Okay, that's a cool sticker. So this sticker is showing no droids allowed, the Cantina's famous rule. Okay. So yeah, these 4 cantina rooms are built using a simple bar and clip system for attaching them together in whatever order you want. Okay. So yeah, this doors area is coming together pretty quickly. Pretty soon we'll be moving on to the final 2 rooms of the cantina. Rooms that have some very important stuff going on, according to the review. I don't generally watch a review if I'm going to build a set, but if I want trying to decide whether to pick out a set or not, I will watch a review so I have an idea what to expect. But if I already know I'm going to buy a set, then I try not to watch a review until after I build it, because I don't like spoilers. But sometimes I just don't know whether I want a set or not, so the review sold me on this one. Actually, more than that, This has a couple of Alien minifigures, and we all know I don't have enough Alien characters in my Star Wars minifigure collection. So I wanted to add a few more Alien characters. We got a couple cool ones in here. As you can see, the outside of the door looks fairly polished. We're still working on the inside of the door. Okay. There's a couple printed tiles, but they're so tiny. I'll just wait till we're showing the door for real. Yeah, I'm not going to waste time on those tiles until we finish this section, I don't think. Okay, so that's the door frame from the inside. That's just about together now. Okay, so that's what the inside of the door frame looks like. And you can see the two printed tiles on either side of the doorway there. And again, here's one more look at the outside of the door. And now it looks like we have an assembly for the actual door. Okay, that's an interesting piece. I've not seen that one before. Okay. Wow, that's a highly detailed door. Looks like we have a bit of precision tile, one by one tiling to do here. No. I just put the wrong tile on. There, popped it out. Okay, so it shows we drop the door into the doorway like that. And then you connect it to the bar. Or in whatever order you want to put the rooms. So let's clear the spare bits out, and then we will take a quick look at the door, and we will move on to the next room. So here is again the outside of the door, and here is the inside of the door. And you can open the door by pulling this up. So yeah, you pull this little tab up here and can raise and lower the door. No smart play on this one. This is just a regular little standard action Lego action play feature. Enough playing with the door. Let's move on to the next room. So room 4. We're going to get another figure here. Oh, cool. Okay. So we start by building, and he's a regular figure, so he won't talk. But he's a molded head alien, which is cool. Star Wars has a few of these guys. And he also gets an instrument. One of the most iconic things about the Cantina sequence is the famous Cantina band. And this is our first of 2 Cantina band members that are in this set. There he is. And you can see he's holding an instrument there, ready to play space jazz. I'm not going to say what the name of the genre of music is in universe, because I'll probably get blocked from Twitch. There is a canonical name for the style of music they play, and I can't say it. So if you know, you know, and if you don't know, you can easily Google it. Just type in what genre is the Star Wars Cantina band, and it will tell you. But I'm not going to say it out loud for reasons I have already stated. So let us begin putting the room together. There it is. So yeah, I think the plan for Smart Play moving forward is see what else they release with it, go in on some of the Pokemon sets, and then if I'm still having fun with Smart Play, revisit some of the other 6 sets. But the other 6 sets from the Star Wars wave, quite frankly, don't look that good. So I'm in no rush to get them. So we get this crate piece. And we'll put these trans blue pieces in, so I'm not really... Oh, you know what this is? We're building the back wall of the cantina in the middle of this plate. There's a little bit of an exterior going on here. That's what this is. This is a little water tank that the dewback can drink from. You can see the trans blue, the light sparkling off of the trans blue water bricks in there. Clever. Okay. Okay, looks like we're building a play feature here. The box showed us that there's only 3 smart tiles in this set, and we've already used 2 of them. It doesn't look like there's one in this room either. So it looks like, but based on this assembly, this is going to be some kind of action feature. So based on that, this is going to be one of the standard regular manual Lego action features. I saw a piece go to the ground a minute ago. There it is. Okay. So yeah, we're definitely building some kind of action feature here. Okay, this one goes here. Okay, so flipping these flips the ones on this side. I wonder what that does. Let's keep building and find out. Okay, looks like we're filling in some interior details now. Yeah, with that dueling platform, there's no way we'll be able to fit everything on one table at the end. Okay, where's that? There. Oh, you know what we're building? We're building the famous chairs. McClunky, the Greedo and Han scene. But again, there's no Han Solo in the set, and Greedo's in the next bag. So yeah, these are some nice looking chairs. Oh, and I see what's supposed to happen here. Okay. I know the wall's not up yet, but I'll go ahead and we'll do a quick little demonstration here. Let's take... Well, Greedo's not here yet, but I guess we'll take the band guy and the pilot, and they attach to the chairs by only one stud instead of the normal two. So they're studded in, and then if you press these things in the back behind the wall, they fly out of their chairs like they're being blasted and killed. We do have all three of the main lightsaber colors in play tonight. Obviously, there's some more specialized colors that we don't have tonight. But yeah, you can blast the people who are in these chairs. That's a cool play feature. And you can have a little drink. If you're just going to use these as a regular place to sit and not use a play feature, you can also have a little bit of a drink there because it gives you one drink cup. And now we finally get to start building the wall around the chairs. Greedo's kind of a one-scene wonder. He gets killed in his first scene that he appears in. But it's his appearance that makes Han Solo decide he needs to take the job, so... It's funny how sometimes a character who only has one scene um, is still so important to the plot that, like that one scene sets off the plot or portions thereof. Sorry, I didn't think through grammatically what I was trying to say there, but you know what I mean. This wall is coming together very quickly. We're at 5 1/4. So we're not going to be done by the 6-hour mark if we're having too much fun playing with the smart bricks. But they do have limited battery from what I understand. So okay, so this is an exterior facing detail. So at the end of me building this wall, when I will go back and look and figure out what everything is. Look, maybe it's a place to hook the dewback when the trooper decides it's time to come inside for a drink. It would make sense because the dewback's water is also behind this wall. And now we're just shaping up the inside shaping of the roof area. Okay, it looks like we're doing a little bit of a moisturizer, or what is it called? The vaporizer, the moisturizer. You know those little water tower things that they have throughout Tatooine to try and pull water out of the air. They have them on the top of all the buildings in the settlements. That's what Luke's Uncle Owen and Aunt Beru were trying to farm. I do appreciate its inclusion on the roof of the cantina here. So we come back here, there's a bucket uh, further lending credence to the idea that this is a dewback parking station for the troopers. Well, actually, that's not a bucket on its own. It's, oh, you know what it is, because that's the feed for the dewback. It's loose, it's not a potted plant. So yeah, this is showing how you press the things on the back to kill the people inside. So yeah, that does that building, or that room, I should say. Let's get that going. So that's going to be the band stage. Let me get the spare bits out of here. We still have 2 stickers for this last section. And then I'll show you this section real quick and we will move on. So this is what the outside of that room looks like. With the dewback care area. You have a snack for the dewback to munch on, some water for it to drink, and a place to what's the word? Chain it, stable it when the trooper goes inside, I guess is what you would call it. Some more of the bars and clips for attaching all the rooms together. And here's the inside. You can see the 2 chairs. And you can see how it works as I flip the thing on the back here. It pushes up the thing that they're sitting on. They're only connected by 1 stud. It's a loose connection, so they'll go flying. And both chairs have the feature. So if you want to have Greedo shoot Han and totally derail the Star Wars adventure, you can do that too. But again, no Han tonight. Let us go into the final here, bag 5. And on the cover, you can see here there's another band member as well as Greedo. So let's go ahead here. And this one is doing the layout thing, so let me fix that real quick. Good enough. Let's get bag 5 open. This is our final bag of the night. After this, we can play with the bricks a little more. We still have to see what the smart tag does in the kitchen area. And by process of elimination, there's going to be a smart tag in this room as well. Okay, so we have, of course, the Greedo body here. He has the smart tag logo on the back there. Pilot's supposed to be with this set. And Guinan should be all the way over here on her own because she's not even in the same movie. Alright, so Greedo. He just gets his head. Another molded head alien. I like the Star Wars molded head aliens. So much of Star Wars is human characters and troopers and that kind of thing. But I'm finally starting to develop a nice collection of alien characters as well, so that's good. And I'm starting to get into the droid game a little bit. So here is the Greedo. Very cool character there. And I'm actually going to leave some space because the next page gives us the other band member. Like the first one, he is not a smart figure. And actually, with the exception of the instrument, the two band members are exactly the same. He has, however, has a three-piece brick-built instrument instead of a molded instrument. Let me see what's going on here with his instrument, and then we will. I need this piece for it. This is a piece of it. And then it looks like a black. Yeah, it looks like this is supposed to be a piece of it. Maybe this isn't the piece. I'm not sure. No, yeah, this is the piece. I think. Yeah, this is the piece. Okay, so looks like that goes in like this. So this is a Star Warsy wind instrument. I think this is an approximation of the one that they actually play in the movie. The shaping isn't too bad either. It looks like a Star Warsified wind instrument. It works. It works for me, this instrument design. So there's our final figure for tonight. The second band member, and there's his instrument. And we will sit him down. And since Greedo has a tag, let's hear what he has to say. Let's see how that compares to other voices here. So he's a little higher pitched, like a more like. So yeah. Yeah, the Palpatine one actually sounds kind of demonic there. Okay, enough of that. We have to build the last room. Okay, this one has another rubber piece. So this one is going to have an action feature of some kind. We're just past midnight here. We've been going 5.5 hours. So yeah. Even though I technically have something I can do for a bonus build, I'm not going to at this point. It's not smart play. It wouldn't be relevant to what we're doing here anyway. And we're already going to be a bit longer than I estimated. So no bonus builds, but the two we did tonight are awesome. So the bonus build I was gonna do, I'll just leave in my Lego queue for another day. Always good to have. It's always good to have a build queue, a backlog, if you will, so that if you want to do a Lego build session and your budget is tight on a given day, you can just pick something up and have your Lego therapy. Let's it looks like this room does have a pretty substantial parts pile. We'll move through it as efficiently as possible though. So it looks like this room is going to be the band stage. Such an iconic part of the Cantina scene. And I do see a smart tag in the parts pile. So we have two smaller turntables in addition to the big one. Oh, you know what? The two smaller turntables are where the two band members are meant to stand. And so I can make it so that they're like keeping the beat and dancing in place as they play, like real musicians do. And then the big turntable is, I think, where the main action feature for this room is going to go. I do think it's cool to get a representation of the Cantina into my collection overall, though. The Cantina is a place they've done like 4 or 5 versions of over the years. So, plus, it's... Even though the Cantina scene in itself is specific to Tatooine, if you interchange the figures and stuff, you can actually use a Cantina set as a generic and use it to represent any Cantina anywhere in the Star Wars galaxy. So you can get a Cantina set and use it as set dressing no matter what planet your own Star Wars display is set on. So this is a 2X build. So yeah. So yeah, so a cantina sets do have a versatility for displays because there are so many cantinas throughout the Star Wars galaxy as a whole. And even though they're not all the same architecture, because they're on different worlds with different cultures, the interiors are very tend to be similar. I mean, it's a cantina. Of course, it's gonna have the same functional cantina bits. Oh wait, if these go on the turntables. Oh wait, so are they going to connect to the main central turny thing then? If they have these pins here? Interesting. Because otherwise, the way we're assembling them, they'd be locked in place. Or they'd be interfacing with the big middle turny thing. So yeah, that shows this going on the middle turntable there. So you have this lever for behind the wall there. And then we have these bits that do in fact link the center section to the side sections. So if I attach those in like this, and then we need to link up the other side here. And if we can just get this last, if we can just make this last connection. Okay. Oh, that's cool. So when you push this lever that's going to be behind the wall, whatever the play features on the central turntable, it will rotate the two side turntables where the band members are, and the band members will dance to the music, basically. It's pretty cool how they managed to link that up. Alright, the connections are secure. Let's keep going with the build. We have a lot of wall to build up still. Oh, that wall is not pressed in all the way. There, we fixed it. So we have two stickers left on the sticker sheet that are both going to get used in this room. And these stickers actually have a little bit of Orabesh on them. And I did look up before the stream what the Orabesh on these two stickers says. Orabesh is the in-universe alphabet for Galactic Basic, what we call the language that we call English. So Orabesh is the name of the alphabet that they use for that language. Again, what they call Basic. The wall's going up pretty quickly. Walls usually do. They look like a lot of pieces, but they're usually efficient, so. Okay. Okay, so here's where we apply both of the stickers. And it has them applying them to the inside of these panel walls here. And since I need the room to face me so I can see what I'm doing, I'll show you what these stickers look like before I put them on the model. It's a little crooked, but... So the Orabesh on this poster says Modal Nodes. That's the canonical name of the Cantina band as seen in the movie. They're actually called the Modal Nodes in universe. And that's what the Orabesh says on here. Now let me go ahead and put the other sticker onto the other piece here. And here is the other poster. This one says Max Rebo canceled. Max Rebo, of course, being the legendary blue alien musician who was the leader of the band in Jabba's palace. Canonically, he actually survived the destruction of Jabba's crew at the Sarlacc and went on to have a long musical career throughout the galaxy after Jabba died and he was no longer in Jabba's exclusive employ. But Max Rebo was canceled for this cantina. So here's the empty sticker sheet. We no longer need this. Goodbye. Moving on. So now we're going to keep building up the wall. And again, the action is turned away from the camera right now because I need to be able to see what I'm doing. Oh. We're going to finish the build, I think, right on the 6-hour marker. Which means that by the time we do Smart Play, we're actually going to be significantly over the 6-hour marker by the time we play around with everything again. I could create a cluster mixed up scene so we don't need to go on to the other table. We'll figure it out. Okay. Okay, so that patches in like that. I will say it's cool when the designers cover up the smart brick gaps. Obviously, not all smart tile placements are going to leave a gap that needs coverage, but it's cool when the designers account for that. which they did not do for most of the ships, even though they leave big nasty gaps on the ships for the most part. The A-Wing cleans it up alright though. Oh, I'm getting hungry too. It's well past midnight here. We're probably not going to play with the bricks too long. We've already seen all the features on the other set. So this linkage goes into here. Okay. So you press this lever. You don't actually have to go all the way to the base of the wall to slide it back here. You can actually operate it from the lever here. You can see the stage is turning there. So it gives you two options with which to handle the back there. So it looks like we're going to do the main surface of the central stage platform now. Alright, the upper level of the stage is up. And now we're building a, looks like this assembly is going to have the actual smart tag on it. Okay, so this is what this smart tag looks like. It's a microphone. And it looks like we have another assembly to do here. And we're almost out of parts. Oh, cool. Okay. So this is a this is a boombox speaker here, and it has this covering the smart brick when the smart brick is not in use. So this goes over the smart tag, the speaker that the band's music comes from. Now let's keep going here. We got a little bit of the area to set up here still. Oh, a mic stand. Okay. Here's a mic stand for one of the musicians. Oh no, this is going to go in the center. So the musicians themselves are going to be on the side stages. So this is for whoever you're going to bring in as the guest lead singer. That's who the microphone is for. So yeah, you put your you choose one of your smart figures to be a guest lead singer. Your two backup musicians, your two modal nodes, will stand on the side stages and play their wind instruments. They're dumb; it doesn't do anything. But your smart character, your smart tag character, will stand there and be a guest lead singer. And this shows the room is complete. And this shows you attaching all the rooms. And yeah, so it looks like you take off the boombox to put the smart brick on, and then you can make all the action happen. And some more advertisements for the rest of the wave. And that does it with instructions for us for tonight. So let me, we're right on the 6-hour mark of stream. So let me go ahead and get rid of all the spare bits. Well, not get rid of them, but move them into the spare bits bowl. And I'll bring back the kitchen room because we didn't look at the smart tag in there. So let me get our smart bricks out. They should be ready to go now. And we'll start by looking at the kitchen. We will pull this top tile off, and we will put a smart brick into the kitchen here. And with a smart brick there, if you do this, it mixes. It doesn't really do anything yet, but it is flashing to show that it is, maybe you need to have a character in there mixing things. Let's put Luke there. And Luke's talking to the mixer. And let's just take his lightsaber off so that it's not in the way. Still not really doing anything. Let's take out our 3 ingredients. So if you put the blue ingredient in, did you see that? It lit up blue. And if you put the green ingredient in, and if you put the red ingredient in, well, with the ingredients actually in the bowl, it looks like it's actually trying to make mixing sounds. I can't get this one to work right. Okay. Wow, okay. It did something there. All right, there's a... Okay. So what you have to do is you have to scan the color to the side first and then put it in the bowl. So if you take the blue ingredient and put it on the side sensor, the light turns blue. And then if you take the red ingredient on the side sensor, the light turns... Oh, I'm covering it over. Okay, let me show you that again. So if you take the blue ingredient to the side sensor first, it lights up blue. And then you take the red ingredient to the side sensor, it lights up red. And then you take the green ingredient, it lights up green. And then with all your ingredients in the mixing bowl, you can start mixing this thing. And if you go fast enough, it makes a mixing sound and flashes all the different colors of what you have in there. Alright, let's take our ingredients out and leave one ingredient in. So we just have the red ingredient in there now. And if we mix it fast enough, to get it to do the mixing sound, it's still flashing all colors, probably because we didn't pre-scan it. But it's back to flashing all different colors. I guess you have to have a steady hand once you actually put the ingredient in. So let me go ahead and we'll give Luke back his lightsaber and sit him down because we're done with that little demonstration for now. And now, let me put all the ingredients back. One more look at the printed blue milk there. It still doesn't want to focus, even though, alright, whatever. It is a tiny 1x1. So I'm going to put all the ingredients back in the crate behind the counter. So our guest singer has to be someone with a smart tag. So let me go ahead and pull the brick off so I don't waste any more battery power. And I will put the grill tile back on to the mixer. We're done playing in that room for right now. What I will do is we'll take Guinan, our guest bartender from Star Trek, and I will set her behind the bar to serve customers. Because when we build the exit raid scene, we're going to have the characters where they go for the most part. So I have Guinan in the back there tending bar. But before we set up our raid scene, we do want to see this in action. So let's go ahead and get out our two Cantina band members, get them onto their stages. Oh. So, let me try and pose their instruments as best as I can. Okay, the instruments are approximately in front of their mouths. And now we will take off the big boom box and put a smart brick there. Oh, so when you put it on the music smart brick, it, it starts with a little bit of an audio feedback noise. An audio feedback noise to tell you you're about to play a music concert. That's pretty clever. All right. Okay, that's pretty cool. So when there's no singer, it plays the classic Cantina band music. Let's see what happens when we have a singer in. We'll let Obi-Wan and Greedo both sing. Alright, so Obi-Wan sang a little bit. Let's let Greedo sing. You know what? We'll let all 5 of the smart figures have a turn singing. This is fun. Let's bring in Luke to sing. Oh, I took the wrong thing off. That's okay. Let's fix that right now. Alright, so now let's let Vader sing. Which makes me wonder, do these other figures trigger the Imperial March in Palpatine's throne? Or is it just Palpatine? We'll have to go back and play that brick again. We'll have to play that tag again before we call it a night. And with Darth Vader, he just breathes over the music and you can't hear the music anymore. Okay. And finally, let's bring in Papa Palpatine to be our guest singer here. Alright, that's enough. That's enough. I'm probably going that part of the video is probably gonna get copyright struck anyway. But hey, we'll leave the Cantina band people in as is. We'll go ahead and before we put the Sand Trooper on the dewback, let's just listen to a few more animal noises while we're here. So if you walk him along, he makes animal noises. And you can make him sleep. I do like the purple light for when the dewback goes into sleep mode. That's kind of interesting. Purple is such a nighttimey calm color. And even though the Sand Trooper is a dumb figure, he can still sit there to complete the illusion, because the animal still makes sounds as it moves along, even with the Sand Trooper there. We'll go ahead and leave the Trooper on, because that's where he sits. Now let's figure out how we're going to do this exit scene here. Let me set these aside real quick. I'm liking what I see from the Smart Bricks so far. I want to see more before I'm fully sold on how cool I think the system is. We have some figures that still need to get placed, and let's go ahead and put the boombox back on the Cantina band stage. And let's see if we can get the Cantina and the Death Star onto the same screen here. If I do the Cantina along one side and the Death Star along the other side, we might be able to get it to work. I probably can't make the connections though, if I need to put this in such a way to make everything fit. Okay, so in this room, we'll let Greedo and Obi-Wan have a conversation, because they're the last two figures from this set. I mean, I need to bring the... I'm not making a big deal about, right now, about whether the figures look good in the camera or not. I just want to have everyone sort of in sitting. So, of course, Greedo and Obi-Wan aren't actually talking. They just happen to have been, these are the last two seats in the Cantina, and they both wanted to sit down. So I'll just put them in the chairs. We have the band members on stage. Guinan, our guest bartender, is tending bar. And the Sand Trooper will come back with the dewback. So we have our little Cantina going along this side of the room. And I did say I wanted to see what happened with the Smart Brick when you do a character other than the Emperor in there. So, for reference, this is what happens when the Emperor sits in the throne. Now, let's see what happens when Vader, Luke, Greedo, and Obi-Wan sit in the throne. Oh, now that I spent all the time getting Greedo and Obi-Wan into the other chairs. So, for Darth Vader, yes, it does play the song. What about for Luke? So I think it's going to play the song for whoever sits in the chair, as long as they are a smart figure, so that the brick recognizes that a figure's in there. Obi-Wan. So this throne, regardless of who's in the chair, no matter how light-sided they are, is going to play the Imperial March. Of course, Greedo, who's not associated with the Empire, but with Jabba. Okay, so if you put any Smart Tag character into the throne, it will play the Imperial March. But you have to have a character in the throne for it to play the song. Otherwise, it just makes those whooshing noises. We can take it off for now. And let's put Palpatine in his throne, because we're putting everyone where they're meant to be. And it's not going to do anything right now, because I've already taken the brick off. So Palpatine's in his throne there. And now we're going to bring in the dueling arena. Again, I don't think I can clip it on properly. But this was fun, so now that I got everything else in the way, let's attempt to play this bit one more time. Because this is where Luke and Vader are going to be standing anyway for the exit scene. Looks like we have a few choices on, but they're not all doing music, so... Alright, that's enough of that. We'll look at the turret again one more time. Oh, my hand's in the way. Alright, we've seen the turret again. Wow, this is a cluttered table. That really doesn't make much operational sense. Do back and come back on. Oh, I didn't make space for the A-wing. We'll pull this back here. We'll pull this out a little more. And we'll pose Vader and Luke over the middle so you can kind of see some action going on there. And the dewback we'll put here behind the rod. Whoop. Ooh. What's left? We have the Royal Guards, the pilot. The pilot needs to go into... Alright, the guards, I guess. We need to stand them guarding Palpatine. They're probably too close to him right there, but... Yeah. For now, it will have to work like that. And then the the pilot. Let's bring the A-wing back. Of course, we'll take our pilot guy here, and we'll sit him in the pilot seat of his starfighter there. I'm not sure why he's not. There he goes. And we will take a brick. We didn't swoosh the A-wing around again when we were going through all the features just now. Again, the pilot is just a dumb figure, but it makes engine noises as you swoosh it. Again, a very swooshable craft there. And if you pull this big lever on the back, it makes shooting noises. And if the turret's active, they shoot at each other. This is actually pretty fun. I think the play is to wait for more Smart Brick to be released, see what the other themes bring, and then revisit the Star Wars series when more stuff comes out, or if I already have better versions of the sets that if I have the more realistic versions of the sets that they have, then I can probably make modifications to those to add the smart tags, maybe, without sacrificing design. But I just dropped a piece of that A-wing, so let me see if I can find it. There it is. I don't know why this little knob was considered necessary. I mean, it keeps falling off, so. Alright. And I'm going to go ahead and leave the pilot in the A-wing, because we have all the people placed where they're supposed to go anyway. Except Obi-Wan and Greedo aren't really supposed to be in a conversation. And I'll set the A-wing down here at the front of the view. And you can see everything we built today. And you can kind of see the characters in their various places. Again, this character here is from Star Trek. She's from a $400 set. So, but everything else you see here is what you get from these two Smart Play sets. Again, the Death Star Throne Room Duel comes with 2 Smart Bricks, and the Cantina comes with 0 Smart Bricks, but works with them. And then there's 6 other sets, 2 of which have the Smart Bricks, and 4 of which just work with them. But that's a good place to call it for tonight. We've built all my Smart Play stuff. So, let me see if there's who we want to raid out to. Ooh. Jiggly just came on. He's a good raid. Let's go. Let me see if I can type this raid out here. Meanwhile, the 2 Smart Bricks, I'll put them in the front so you can see them. They're all turned off right now. And I'll put them back on the charger after I get this raid set up. It's so hard to type when I'm reaching over the builds here. There we go. There's the... Alright, so this was the first of several Star Wars streams this week. We have one more LEGO Star Wars stream, not Smart Play, next weekend, and then we have some non-Lego content planned for this week. I hope to do at least three of the four programs I have put together. So we'll see how it goes. Have a good night, and I will see you tomorrow. And may the force be with you. May the 4th be with you, I guess it should say. And actually, it is May 4th now because we just passed 1 o'clock in the morning. We've been going about 6.5 hours, just under, and we're just past 1 o'clock in the morning. So it actually is May the 4th right now. So May the 4th be with you. Have a good night. We're rating Jiggly, and I will see you tomorrow. Or I'll see you later tonight, actually, because we are, in fact, into tomorrow. Good night. Oh, he's blocking raids. Who do we want? Who else do we want to try? They block raids.
Blocking raids. Who do we want? Who else do we want to try?
Hmm. They won't see the raid. They have a lot of people on. Hmm. They won't see the... Oh, they might see the raid. I don't have any other musicians on. Let me see. John Lee might be on. And he is actually really into Star Wars. But you never know with him whether he's on or whether it's one of his videos. So I'm just checking real quick to see if John Lee is on. I'm trying to see if this is a rerun or if he's actually there. Oh. You know what? I don't care whether it's a rerun or whether he's actually live. We're going to John Lee because he's there and it's a Star Wars friendly channel and he has good music. He has a lot of good music from all genres. We've rated John Lee before. He's one of my late night go-tos when he's actually streaming. I think I spelled that correctly, first try. So we're going to try to raid John Lee. The raid has been initiated. So for now, for real now, may the 4th be with you. Have a good night, and I will see you soon.
I spell that correct. For now. I spell that correct. For now.
What's up, Uncle Evie? Thanks for the raid. Who tried to deny you must be out of their mind. much love.